let's go to the hanging out. Is that working? Yes, it is working. Hello. Oh, I should turn off that. Yeah. I got 50 followers. That's sick. That's nice. That's schnasty. How's everybody doing? It is going well for me. I should probably turn down how much my eyes move, because I can do that. Well, sure, whatever. Wait, 75, 75, and 0.75. All right, what does it think of that? It's a little bit better. That's more accurate to what my face is actually doing. I'm just looking to the side here. I'm not like actually just like looking all the way over there. But you know, that's just something that comes with the territory. All right, let's hop in already. It last played May 22nd. It has been over a month with no Great Ace Attorney. I also changed up my audio settings. I now have a mixer so that my audio should sound a little bit different. That's normal. You should expect to see that. But yeah, I felt like playing with a controller today, so I am. All right. Game. Capture. All right, here we go. I'm gonna turn the game audio down a little bit so that my voice is coming through a little bit more clearly. Crack open a cold one. Perfect. All right. Dun 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 dun. Sorry, it's a little bit jank, I think, but it's fine. It mostly just the camera's a little bit small. I'm a little bit far from the phone, so it's not picking up as much detail as I'd like. But you know, what are you gonna do? All right, Great Ace Attorney 2, Episode 3, The Return of the Great Departed Soul. I should update the stream title to have Case 3. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes in it from the start. Ah, sorry about that. Thanks, I made it myself. Nice hat. Oh yeah, no, wait, that's a lie. I did not make this myself. I stole it. I stole this from Sholmes. He's not wearing it in the game anymore. That's a lie. He is still. But I did just 100% rip it from his model, from Model's Resource. So this hat is not mine. This is absolute theft. But you promised me! You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder! You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands! But all you've done so far is try to undermine me! Yes, I did make you a promise, you're right. Let's check the court record, so we can see exactly what's been happening. First test of matter transport device by this guy. He was gonna beam somebody from this place into the Grand Tower, and the guy died instead. And it's... Here he is, he's dead as hell. Yeah. But yeah, I did make you a promise. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? Ha! But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh, no! Love this guy. Dr. Albert Hairbrain. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being! Well, that might be a little over the top, but yeah, you're right, I agree. And while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful! Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait, he's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared up. He's an actual vampire. Got it. Cool. Can I double check something with you? Yes, what? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. I don't have to. Alright, whatever you say, I don't care. Counsel, defendant. Get the fuck back in there. Alright. Make your way into the courtroom, please. So, the reason that we had to poke holes in it is because, the dude got, stabbed. He got punctured through the heart with something, probably a screwdriver. And, they said that the thing didn't transport metal, but he still had his metal glasses on. If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Hey, say Matt. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? You should be trying to prove that Hairbrain didn't kill him. Got it, Ryunosuke? It's easy to do. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels of the defense and prosecution, are you ready for new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes? Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder. Is the only individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. He's so cool. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear, so bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh, you didn't like that at all. Unequivocal. No, you don't like my shaking. Unequivocal. I'm sorry, who's this little twerp? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. Is it now? I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in the vicinity of the Experimentio stage. Okay, so he's probably Italian. Or maybe Spanish? I don't know what they're trying to go for here. So I don't know, but either way, it's probably more Latin. It's probably Lune. I don't know. My name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even Alex Sholmes agrees. Little boy, get away from the exhibition stage. There's science happening there. Oh my god. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them balloons. It was amazing. Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from a balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low. Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya? 60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. And let me know how the levels are for the audio. I'm not 100% on this current setup. The view from 60 feet up. It was an incident terrible. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. There's this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second another bang in the sky beside us. And from amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone, and crashed into the crystal tower. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. I'm glad to hear the levels are fine. Thank you. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Jesus Christ. still have lots of money. Yeah, he still has lots of money. Precisely, who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition. Sir, I'm here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school. We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Ja, everybody says so. Law the benefit? Yeah. It's just, you're a kid. What do you know? Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused who was with Mr. Asman on the stage could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. I wish I had Susato. She could help me. It was an incident terrible. Terribile? Terribile? Is that what it is? Because that I shouldn't be there. Hold it! Talk about your balloons more. 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. See. Okay, yes, that's, that doesn't help, actually. I'm fucking stupid. Okay, now he's Italian. Bellissimi bambini. Alright. They're very popular, signor. Some people would pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month. That is my pocket money. Royals have all the luck. I got up there for free, I did. Paid the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the skies, they could crash into each other. Nope, that's not Italian either. Jesus Christ. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The other impresarios, they hate me. It's a me! Lune! There we go, alright. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangements for balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident? Right! I can fill you in there, my lord. Huge bang on the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky beside. Hold it! Alright, give us more detail about those 2 bangs. It is amazing what a detective gets to do. I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. That's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. You're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. Oh, it saved. It was an important press. I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in me ear. I looked round and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. No, I wanted to hear what he said. I wanted to hear what the guy said. History. But I don't want to... I'll just go back. I'll just go back and we can hear it again. And what appears out of the flames? The cage. That's what... And that description sounds like the moment after the man was beamed instantaneously through space. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? Well, that's the 20th century for you, I reckon. So the people who actually saw the demonstration with their own eyes. really believe they saw something miraculous taking place. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. Nope.
Hold it!
Press. Alright, here we go. This time I'm gonna be quiet so I can hear it.
That's Piefer.
That's Piefer? Okay, whatever you say, buddy.
Excuse me.
Well, excuse me, though. Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes, what was it again? You can just check. It's in the court record. It's in the court record. He's right over here. Right over here. Right over here. Never mind. This is what happens when Ryunosuke doesn't have Susato around. He forgets to write the fucking name down. Bohemian boy with an excessively long name. Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund Ormstein. It's just the four names, then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oi, get it right, Odo! It's Inspector Lestrade! That's the one. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Sure, there was a second explosion and it was right beside that balloon, that is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, isn't it? 1 minute there was nothing there, but the next, a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable! Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it was a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are we? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia, I guess. It was not the sky that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Was it this green balloon?
Objection!
It is your task, counsel, to explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around. Okay. It just seems to jar, though, don't you think? It does! It does seem to jar! Fucking Ace Attorney! I'm right.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? All these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Ah, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazzo, it is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. Ma, die. I will have the Are we come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky? All of them! Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Lune? No, I did not see the explosion myself. However... The cage had fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. What's what I like to hear? I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Use your head, Odo. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So because I weren't available, it was the boss who had to leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicking spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. And I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits. Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place? No, I know what people saw. I pressed everything right. I pressed this, I pressed this. I pressed that. I pressed that. And I pressed that. What evidence do I have? Let's see. See, the issue is, I know that this is a part of the balloon, but I don't know what to present here. No one went near the body. His vertebrae were broken. He was stabbed. The cage had fell like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower. It was not the skies that exploded, it was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. See, I presented the green cloth already. There's no reason for this to be the case. I don't think it would be the crossbow. That'd be silly. Because there's nothing that ties the crossbow to this statement. See, it's usually here. Like, I pressed here already. Balloons don't explode. Yes, they do. Let me save again. Or let me save for the first time. I'm just gonna do it again, because I really don't know what to do here.
Objection!
It's not. It's the same thing again. Ace Attorney, huh? Come on, come on. I've pressed every statement. There's nothing here that indicates that. There's no indication of a green balloon on the sketch. I don't know.
Objection!
No. Seems odd, doesn't it? Rest assured, we should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence, Counsel. He sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. Maybe it's, Gina's statement? No. Maybe.
Objection!
No? Alright. I really have no idea. Yes, I'm save scumming. No, I don't care.
Objection!
Nope. Yes, yes, yes. I'm wrong. I'm stupid. I know. I get it.
Objection!
Alright, let's reload. And we'll go over everything from the start. Alright. So.
Hold it!
There are 3 balloons. All of them are Bellissimi Bambini. They're very popular. 10 pounds. You get a lot of money. You got it for free. You have all the luck. They hate you. Everyone hates you. Yeah.
Hold it!
That's where he was originally like, nah. Yeah. The cage appeared out of the flames. I've already pressed this. No, go back.
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? I think you mean bored. He gets to buy another balloon. Okay. fell like a stone, crashing the crystal tower.
Hold it!
Yeah, you're a detective.
Hold it!
No one went near it after the thing, and it was Lestrade who gave the order. No, it was Gregson that gave the order, not Lestrade, because this is Lestrade, because I'm getting them mixed up. Ha 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 ha. The victim was never there in the first place. What exactly did people see at the time? My balloons were not damaged. Weren't they, though? Oh, is it really this?
Objection!
It really is this! God damn it! In your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, that would be terrible. It would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is? Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. The balloon part. It's made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You did not want it to rip when you were in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. Okay. No! If a balloon exploded that day, why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no! Have we just been told 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. But it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept! Why not, Mr. Lune? You're suggesting that I am a liar! That person's died in a balloon accident! Incidente! There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it! Balthazar Lune is not a liar! There was no such balloon in the sky! It is non possibile! You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. Yes, excellent. Mr. Lune's Balloons. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe! But you can't get away from the fact that a bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? Coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupid ragazzo is mistaken! My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway! Oh, interesting. I didn't know you had themed balloons. That's neat. That's a neat little gimmick. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you? Si, exactamente! If he even saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war, all out war. Can I have a balloon? See. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Linney certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But it doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault with the witnesses' statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Alright, so clearly someone else was sending up the balloon with the cage with the dead body in it. The guy was killed far before the thing, and it was a guy in a disguise that caused a big smoke screen and then disappeared with the birdcage. See, I need to press the last date, which is the biggest thing.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I don't have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition? Si, exactamente, as the signor says. It is not from one of my balloons. Clearly this little ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw. Oh, he mad. He's big mad.
Excuse me.
He's malding. Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund Ormstein! It's on the tip of my tongue. Sir, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There were the green balloons there. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. But why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? You took a photo of it? I had not been up in a balloon in a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs! Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian Exhibit, of the streets of London, of the Haunted Hill Cellar, the balloon. And the instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. Oh, fascinating. Well, I see you are all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Sir, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault, it is also the stupid person who makes the camera! Okay, alright, that got me. That got me good. That got me good. Putting the angstroms over his cry. Oh, fuck me. That was funny. Va! Va! It's one very Bohemian typed cry. Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Alright, so here we can see the angle of this doesn't match the balloon that exploded and it appeared. This seems to be coming from some spot down here. There's some chick over here, too. People chilling. But this does... We can show that this isn't a balloon that Lune owned because he said that all three had passengers, and this one has no passenger. Also, I don't know if this is just the quality of the image, but this really doesn't look like the guy. You know? This looks like a dummy. His suit is entirely different. Like here, look. His hands are stiff and at its side and open a little bit. And I don't see any flourishes on his actual coat. And in the photo of the dead body, well, it was yellow. It was very light. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. But it really doesn't look like the guy. But it's a really good photo anyways. Also, the beam is this crossbow shooting this screwdriver? Not this screwdriver, but this crossbow shooting something at this balloon, causing it to explode. It had the body in the basket, but it's in the dark because it's at the bottom. And that crashed into the crystal tower. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's my theory. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give the flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. I don't give a fuck, man. Mr. Luna's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young Bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, and Mr. Luna vehemently denies the possibility, and it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in this air. Still, it must tell us something, I'm sure. Yep. Thanks to the photograph, we can say that there were no fucking passengers, dipshit. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gatz took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing! Niente! I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Oh, he mad. He's puffing. He's huffing and puffing. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition, and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. See, the competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice, because of the experimento that went wrong on stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Everyone's bored. Really? Have we really got to the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more!
Objection!
The angle of the beam, you bastards! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. This photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue!
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion, you dumbass! We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Ja, that's right, Ja! It was not my fault! Evidently, because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited, serving a helpful spoonful of shut up and pay attention. Yeah, okay, I thought these were hot air balloons. These are hydrogen hot air balloons? These are hydrogen balloons with baskets? What the fuck?
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. Alright, so we've got the beam, we've got the angle of the thing, and we've got the fact that the bird cage is right here. But this is the one that suggests the real reason the balloon exploded. This beam right here.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Oh, actually I didn't... Does it look different? No. Not too different for me. Goodness, what is that? Okay, he's just blind, I see. Undeniably some flash of light, yes. Oh, golly, do you think it might be lightning? But it couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon? Like an arrow! Indeed, even to my aging eyes it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how that is exactly what did happen. Jesus Christ. What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? It's this fucking crossbow I found.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord! Is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and satellite could have been shot from this weapon. sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately? Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Fucking nerd. This is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big esplosione, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute! What are you really saying here? Oh, shit! He was in the basket, he was in the balloon the whole time! I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or... my goodness me! Yeah, you're goddamn right. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse is bolted. Yeah, let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Good grief! Holy shit!
Objection!
This is ludicrous, what you've described as no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of balloon gas would very much depend on the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases, such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns, that would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. I love that all the jurors who just know how this shit works are just like, yeah, no, this totally could have happened. It's entirely possible. Van Zieks, you fucking idiot. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, yeah, this is awesome, yeah it is. It means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is the suspect now. Hold it! Yep, I knew it was Harebrain. I knew it was Harebrain himself. Mr. Narhado, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What are you doing? Ora! 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 Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it! It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... Barrack! Yes. I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation! Damn, dude. Say no. Say no. Say no right now. Pray forgive the discourtesy filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Huh? Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder... Ooh! Any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Yeah. What he was asked to do is prove that it was an accident and make sure his hypothesis stayed a secret. Come on, track my hand. Track my fucking hand. That's not how my hand looks. 2. There we go. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but seem condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough! Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? The amount of dramatic you have to be, this is such a dramatic case. Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Man, you suck! Mr. Naruto! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact, a conjuring trick. But it wasn't his fault. I see, the issue here is the Ace Attorney franchise as a whole is dedicated to finding the truth, regardless of whatever fucking sacrifices you have to make to get there. Well, not regardless all the time. Which is why I'm kind of a little bit iffy on this. But I'm gonna say conjuring trick. Because I need to prove who actually killed him. Ah! Oh, you won't say it, you bitch. Little bitch boy. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruto. It's been far too long. Susanoo-san! But what are you? Hiya! My first Susanoo takedown in 6 months! There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Yeah! Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. I have to turn about my thinking. Professor Hairbrain. Ah, yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job's the pursuit of truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wow! Yeet! So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say? Barrack! Lord Van Zeeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing, something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. I beg your pardon? Professor! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than me too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. One thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention! What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. What kind of name is that, man? What the shit? Enoch Drebber? What's the joke there? There's no joke there. Enoch? And it's Enoch, right? Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but staged trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Damn. I didn't know that. Well, that sucks. Wish someone would have told me sooner before I had my whole thing built. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion. It was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it. I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. And I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built. And the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything more. I don't know anything anymore. Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, that sucks for a man of science, you know? Sometimes you just don't know shit. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Yes, please, go ahead. I'm very sorry. Well, you know, it happens. What are you gonna do? Cry about it? It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings. Prepare for a raid? Uh-oh. We're suspending proceedings for the rest of the day. Oh no! No, that's a lie. We're gonna keep going. I've got energy to spare. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man, if possible. I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for... Oh. Yeah, let's go! Amber Raid! Let me see, I can shout out Amber, right? Metroid Confrontation. I saw. How was that fan game, Amber? Did you have fun? I hope you had fun. I'm glad that we're getting beam attacked. Hi, my name is Andromeda Zach. I play video games sometimes, but very infrequently. And I do 3D modeling and art and stuff. And yeah, I'm just chilling here right now, playing this funny little detective game. Let me Fortnite dance. Is that good? People like that? All right. Back to the case. We just finished a big turnabout, big revelation. This dude's experiment was bullshit. He didn't teleport people. Shut up, nerd. You did not just invent teleportation. Oh, okay. Thanks. I've updated the stream title too. I told you didn't invent teleportation. I told you. I fucking told you. Fucking called it. Hi. Beam attack. Ow. It hurt. Mr. Naruto. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong, you were right, I tricked you, you trusted me, I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. Yeah. You're welcome. Hey, Susato, welcome back to England. What's up? I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Iris, you're adorable, but why? Why did you do that? Well, did it work? I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out that I threw you. The Susato takedown just happened. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future? Not throwing me, please? Susie's train was late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself, and I threw you. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh? Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Yeah, let's have some tea. Tea times, we're best friends. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Da 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 da. I don't know this song. You know, what are you gonna do? Da 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 da. Alrighty. So hi, how's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? How's everybody hanging? Everybody good? Not bad? It's good to hear. Now how does the consultancy? Thanks for that nice hat. Yeah. I stole it. I'm a thief. I'm a little thief. A little nasty boy. Let me actually go a little bit lower so that I'm not as in front of the chat. Yeah. Now you can see the chat a little bit better. That typewriter sound effect is kind of jarring. As opposed to the, yeah. It's an Ace, I've gotten used to it with Ace Attorney. Oh, this room, it's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. I'm not used to it, I'm too used to the DS sound effects. That's fair, yeah. I've gotten used to it because this is case 3 of game 2. Providing a choice between typewriter sound effects in your project makes sense. Yeah, this is definitely the most different one because it's such a it's a departure. It's the distant past of 19 whatever. So is your father all right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why he went back to Japan. Because of the telegram he'd received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason. The far-off year of 2002. That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh yeah, the International Forensic... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. I was a lawyer! And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who? About Kazuma. My boyfriend, who's dead. I know. I'll tell you all that I can. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial? Oh yes, for the murder of Giselle Brett. Ooh, you dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yes, I suppose so. I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. And I don't think any mustache is the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Miss Usato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found at Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Fucking baby, fucking child, fucking got him. That's right, the very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskerville thing. Yeah, that happened. We got teased on the Hounds of the Baskerville case, but we're only on case 3. But it's so soon. There's so many clues leading up to this Hound of the Baskerville case. Seems that Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. B for Brie, that's also true. It's a very large collar. When my father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Why would that be then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. So, I don't want the collar to belong to Brie on account of it had blood on it. So it's probably involved in some sort of grisly murder. Oh, Susie! It's a very meaningful look Susato's son's giving Iris there. Forensic Science Symposium. Well, Stronger mentioned something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Brie is already known for violence. No! We're going to have to lawyer and arrest Brie. Umbreon, you are on trial for the murder of everyone who crosses you. How do you plea? Beam attack! Ah! I think he said that 40 different countries would attend. Oh god, now there's beam attacks happening. Why did I summon this? Why did I make this happen? This is my fault. I'm so sorry. From Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seiichiro Jigoku. You've met him, Naruto. Last year, in the Supreme Court, you can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder? Ah, yes, I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. Look at him up there. He's got a big-ass beard. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway. His father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain, too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. I like to look on the bright side. I only almost got convicted. Yeah, that's not Hodo's entire... That's the entire, Phoenix Wright familial line. Everybody who's ever worked under the Wright Anything Agency, past, present, or future, is, I only almost got convicted, so that's a positive. It's a legacy. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Even Edgeworth has been detained. Even the prosecutor gets arrested. Even the principal gets in trouble. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then, I wonder? Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech about this very subject only yesterday, but I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it. I was thinking about death. I was pulling out Cosmo's blade. I was about to commit... Anyways. Even the cop gets in trouble. Especially the cop gets in trouble. There are so many Ace Attorney games where it's the cop. Where it's the cop is the bad guy. Where it's the prosecutor's the bad guy. Where it's the defense attorney's the bad guy. Everyone... Defendant's the bad guy sometimes. Especially the cop gets in trouble. How trying for you. Ace Attorney based? Yeah, it's based on the Japanese judicial system, which is a nightmare. Yeah, you're right. Even a judge in one of those games. Maybe more than one. Yeah, which judge? That was Investigations. Where there was a judge as the bad guy. I think everyone else was just someone in the prosecutor's office / the defense. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. There's too much anime for Ace Attorney to be based. Everyone, I'm so upset that you missed the Bohemian Boy. You guys came into the raid after Bohemian Boy left. His name was Wilhelm Gottsfield, something Ornstein. And he talked like this. It was in his text speech. He was, oh mein Gott, there was a murder. Oh mein Gott, this hot air balloon is filled with hydrogen gasen. He literally said, oh mein Gott. He was rich. He gets paid a lot of money. He was very mad at the balloon salesman. He was going to go to war with Italy because the balloon salesman was Italian. No, little Bohemian Boy, don't take a picture of the experimentation stage. Don't take a picture that blows his whole case wide fucking open. Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget as long as I live. She killed Iris's dad. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Didn't exist? But how can that be? It was a pseudonym. Ace Attorney needs more creatures. Well, there's that one case where it was the murderer was an orca, I think. That was a DLC case for Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. But it should get more creatures though. When I was gonna make a joke of when are we gonna get furry Ace Attorney, but I know that Amber's just gonna say, just go to the My Little Pony Ace Attorney. Where is the Pokemon Ace Attorney? That does need to exist. Let's see. Who? Let's see. Alakazam is the judge. No, he needs to be stupider. The judge is stupid. It's Lost Media? That's hilarious. Torkoal. Torkoal can be one of those old Pokemon. Nah, Slowking Judge. No, because he's kind of... Slowkings are supposed to be smarter. You made my face tracking break, Amber, with I think it's porn, actually. That's hilarious. What? I'm trying to think. Okay, before we continue, I want to sort out who the Pokemon would be. An old-ass Drampa! Drampa Judge. Drampa Judge works, because Drampa also still has the beard. Right? Yeah? And he would absolutely be like, huh? What? What do you mean the murder happened and the guy died as a result of it? That's so weird. Alright. Sandshrew Phoenix Wright, obviously. Spiky hair. Spiny hair. I need a frilly. I need an ascot-y, frilly Pokemon. That would be Edgeworth. Fucking I don't know. A fancy Pokemon. Sirfetch'd! Sirfetch'd! He's the fanciest fucker of all! He's so regal. He's so stupid. Which is great. Which is perfect for Ace Attorney. It's a shame that most of these are, like, later-gen Pokemon. But, you know, whatever. Who cares? Anyways. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin, and she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. If I'm not mistaken, A. Shin was on the list of names from the secret intelligence that was being sold. Nobody knows why or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. Well, she murdered Wilson. That was something. And now she's been killed, while all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. A. Shin. Who on earth was she? And why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere? Yeah, because there's a list of names, you stupid motherfucker! God damn it! There was a list of names. There was some quote-unquote top secret British intelligence that was being sold secretly, and we decoded the names. And one of them was A. Shin, and the other one was Kazuma, my boyfriend, who's dead. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth! I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate! Many memo? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it! They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared. My boyfriend's still alive! Hell yeah! Let's go! What? Cosmo's body vanished. Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? What happened to my boyfriend? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Buria were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. But he is. I mean, he totally is. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Miss Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Ah, you're right. Oh shit, I just got chills. Did Sholmes pronounce Kazuma dead as a front? Did he secretly smuggle Kazuma out? Because there was nobody else on the ship that was even possibly qualified as a doctor. Well, there actually was a nurse, if I'm not mistaken. But we never got to see them. We never got to see the medical examiner. Which could have just been Sholmes again. What the fuck? Because whatever Kazuma's name was in that list of intelligence. You shut your mouth! Kazuma's name was in that intelligence. That intelligence is linked to A. Shin. A. Shin is linked to Wilson. Wilson's linked to Sholmes. And Sholmes and Wilson are linked to the Hounds of the Baskerville case. And Susato knows about it, and I don't know what the fuck is happening! It means that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us, but there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Miss Susato. You've connected so many dots, yeah. And they're all sad. They all lead to some big conspiracy. No, she's giving the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now. But yeah, he's alive as fuck. Hey, take a look at this. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, yes, it feels like I wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear, there seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruto. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please! Jesus, it was all going so well until I ruined it. Everything sucks. Oh, I meant to look to the side. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to Iris. Hey Iris! What's poppin'? It must be about a year ago now. Everything was fine until it wasn't. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles. But then, Mr. Shumps forbade you from publishing it, and put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason, you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Okay, so the funny thing here is, this is a flashback to the Great Ace Attorney 1. This is an alternate costume that only appears in the Great Ace Attorney 2. So this isn't what happened. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Spill the dirt! It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, The Hound of the Baskervilles. What? My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susato, what are you doing? Oh, Father! Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no goddamned idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. Otherwise, I would have read the shit out of that. My god. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions, and there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. Iris pulls out her gun. I just need to go kill your dad now and figure out what the fuck he knows. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, conjurer of sorts for the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then, we need to go and arrest him! Well, yes. He must know the truth behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Well, best of luck then! Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? Bye, Iris. We love you. That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. They got weed there. Hurley needs it. He says it's for gout? Glaucoma? Yeah, Susato! It's been so long. It's been so long since Susato's been here. Sholmes is sweet. Nothing here. Alright. Experimentation stage. Madame Tuspells. Let's go talk to Sholmes. At Madame Tuspells. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. I just want to show off, this waxwork exhibit. Everybody take a look at this. Oh, what a horrifying scene! A murderer caught in the grisly act! I know, and in case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that. Surely. And did you know that according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it would have meant to show that the killer also worked in the bathhouse peddling criminal wares. Aha! We have a new theory! But if I'm not mistaken, this, showed, Jill the Ripper or something? Or, what was, I think that was her name? And this isn't Jack the Ripper. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Sorry? The killer's stance leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, then a Susato squash, and finally, a Susato smash! Right. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Susato slam? Oh, I'm sorry, it's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. Ah yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of the House of Horrors. Whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says it's the Madame Tuspells special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. It's not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't yell at me, God. Anyways, Sholmes isn't here. Let's go to the experimentation stage. Foot of the Crystal Tower. Doug! 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 Everybody dog! Everybody dog! Everybody dog! 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 I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours to just make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Shut up! Shut up! Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you'd lot would show your mugs before long. It's not. Let me. Shut the fuck up! Let me focus on the dog! Get out of my way! Inspector Gregson, you dumbass! Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. So the ceremony. We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine, the gentlewoman so loyally at your side. Oh. Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rougher on the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina! Dog, 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 dog. Doug, 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 Doug. Oh, he's a good puppy. He's a good puppy. Oh, he's a good puppy. Oh, it's so funny because of the way that she's reacting. It looks like the dog isn't even looking. The dog is just like, just nosing her in the fucking face, just over and over, just bam, 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 bop, 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 bop. She seems to be busy playing with the puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina! She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted, then? We'll come to see how you're getting along. Not likely, but you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is. To France? I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. She'll be right up my alley. But France, it's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? That's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose where it's not wanted. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands in people's pockets and purses. Yeah, that's true. She would. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. It's not our place to fucking say, it's your place. Gotta keep that diving diva safe and sound. Till all this is over, at least. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, you've got a new dog, have you? Yes! 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 Fuck yes! Fuck yes! Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Fuck yeah! Look at his little beans! Look at his little beans! He's got beans! They modeled his beans! Oh, how delightful! He's absolutely adorable! Yes, the dog does seem lovely, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind. Yeah, beans emote! Toby the dog, shut! I don't care about the murder case. Where'd you find that little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flamin' rude, Otto! A slight overreaction, don't you think? He ain't no mutt, alright? Toby's... how do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? Giving him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Which is funny because Gregson's name is Tobias Gregson. So this is Greg. Toby. Ooh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Ryunosuke, you're a mess. Ah, that's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo. Oh, really? According to what the boss said, once Toby has got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. Yes! He barked! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Yeah! What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you're fucking stupid. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. I'm telling you, Edo, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Bark! Bark! Yes, I agree. Go, doggy! Right, one of these days they'll be barking orders at us lot, not the other way around. Bark! Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. I think dogs will evolve to be anthropomorphic like me! I think that'd be pretty swell, don't you, Odo? This is me if I was a dog! I've drawn little ears on myself! Here I am with beans on my hands! Isn't that great? I'd be so good at detectiving then! Here's me with a little tail, it's wagging, you see? Anyways. I found him down in the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Gina. We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I'm gonna be playing with me new friend here. Oh my god, what the fuck? Where'd I go? I laughed too hard, now I'm over here. No, now I'm over here. I've reset the position. It's a good thing I have that hotkey. Ah yes, Toby. Woof! The machine that exploded must be at the top of these stairs, I presume. And I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Suze! Gina calls her Suze! That's great, I love it. Oh! Like I told Odo yesterday, even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic something? The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of? That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange? Dr. Strange? Dr. Stephen Strange something? I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps. That's the one, yeah! Apparently, he's always watching the time or something. So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage. Okay, what do you think about the trial, though? Did I do good? Did you like it? It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. That was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. But watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. Maybe somebody should make a game about that. You know, about being some sort of ace attorney. It was amazing when he showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as he put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for, sent off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What was his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber? That's the one, yeah! So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him a gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food. So where is this engineer? Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Trevor, if they've had any luck. He is really funny looking, got two eyes what don't match, stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that scowling reaper what's always glogging down glasses that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. He's always added infamy, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. You'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and the chalice-guzzling demigod, you're equally badly off with both. Honestly, it kind of relates to Gene in the sense that my working memory is abysmally terrible, yeah. Suppose you're right, I hadn't thought of it like that. I feel it. Gotta put that one to bed. Remembering names and faces especially, it's like, Jesus. Everyone at the yard's dead set on finding that fishy engineer. But they don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Drebber at all? That's weird. Well, I'm gonna investigate shit. Whee! Up we go. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. Here's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Harebrain. I do feel sorry for him. Often can't remember what I had for dinner the night before. Yeah. Well, why would you need her? Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. Wow. Yeah. Oi! That's off limits up there. Try to sneak past me again and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips. Yes, please. I love fish and chips. I suppose we need special permission. Oh yeah, they do have all those, the stripy patterns. Alright, well, I'm done here. Let's go to Lord Chief Justice's office. Is that not him? Is that not Drebber? Tall, thin, long white hair? Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart? I wonder. I've never seen her before. The young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. They're all British! They're all British! And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, you mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation of the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. It's scrap metal now, is it? Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Are you like a medical examiner? Is that the staff of Caduceus on your fucking tie? What the fuck is your deal? So it's not Drebber. It's just some steely-eyed chick. Yes, thank you. Gonna reserve everything until we learn more about her character. Gonna reserve any comments about her design until after we learn about her character, you know? Who is that? None of your fucking concerns. Ah, yeah, I was right. Okay, that was Dr. Courtney Sith, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. Okay, yeah. Alright. Yeah, okay. She's hot. She's leading the forensic investigation teams handling this case. She was just delivering her report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. Yeah, we get to talk to her. You can find her in the forensics lab. Ah, right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. Give me special permission. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially, of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine! And criminals will suffer dearly! Mwahahaha!
He's so evil. He's so clearly evil.
What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system, false evidence and bribes. The London scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. Fire! Hellfire! I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future! Look at those eyes. He means every word. He's insane! Dr. Seats is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month. When an anime character is about to go insane, yeah, he's just absolutely lusted, man. He's completely out of his gourd. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics in one of London's large hospitals, St. Sinner.
The hospital's named St. Sinners?
Dr. Sith is also there then, as it happens. Is it Dr. Scythe? Is she like a reaper of her own? Is it Dr. Scythe? It's Dr. Scythe, isn't it? Like a scythe, like a reaper's scythe. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Then, Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt that her paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh, perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. Hey, what's up with your fucking dad? Why is your relationship so strained? What's up with that? I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother, Clint Van Zieks, was murdered. It was just after young Barrick had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor, when obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing. Rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrick Van Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word! So, Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Okay.
Oh yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Side's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you.
Being able to look at it's better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand. I really like this room. It's in a clock tower. The fucking things are going, and that's the only music. The forensics lab, let's go! I want to see Dr. Scythe. I want to talk to her. Yeah, she's got a body! She's got an owl! She's got a raven! She's got a hammer! There's blood everywhere! Hell yeah! This is great! I believe this is it, Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose, and there's plenty to assault the eyes in here too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you become, Mrs. Sato. You could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Oh. What's in the fucking box? Let's look at the desk. That's probably the most important thing, right?
I suppose this is Dr. Scythe's desk.
Ugh, I would not like to work in a place like this.
It's very tidy, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work.
The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves.
Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose.
I can just about cope with a one-eyed Dharma doll watching over me, but that's all. Can't look at the autopsy table. Can't look at that. Let's look at the skeleton, I guess. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? Miss Susato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case?
It's how I cope!
I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Birds, 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 birds. That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here.
Well, no, they wouldn't have.
They're taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I've been trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open.
Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Dharma doll on display in the office instead.
Let's see. Kemas. Desk. Oh, I can investigate the book specifically. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
Oh?
What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They buy 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all them for? They're not. What are you doing? Ah! Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So, you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want? Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body? Mr. Asmund's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. Give me your findings, and you're also smuggling money from the government. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and the Mr. Asmund who appeared moments later partway up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Ugh. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Well, no, I just want the fingerprint report. Can I add it to my evidence, please? Baby child. I like her. She's the one. I like her. She's got a funny mask on. Look at her. Baby. Mama, what is this? Ah! Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naruto. Mama. Yes? Can I cut this one up? They're not smuggling money from the government. This chick is actually just murdering people. And they're covering up the evidence by disposing of the scalpels. That's not good. What? I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruto, you're as pale as a corpse. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Yep, nope, we're leaving. We've got permissions. Let's go to the experimentation stage. Hey Gina, we got permission. Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate now. Yeah, alright. It's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? Toby. Suze. That's the one, yeah, that's the one, yeah, that's the one, yeah. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You've met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright, Ed. Here's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. To the stairs. Let's go and see what we can find out. Let's go and see what we can find out. It's still smoking and sparking? It's been 2 days. So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous connections had taken place. Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment. What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrained went to in order to obtain the research grant. The birdcage is right here! What? Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. You're right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. Oh, look. Is that... Oh, fuck! Amber likes Castlevania. Look at this Castlevania-ass fucker. Love him. Such a shithead. So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susada? Already? He is the Reaper, remember? We'd do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything. From the top? You mean Lord Strongheart? Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like. She could have been at the center of the explosion here and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. I know what you are! What is a man? Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner, 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Van Zeeks? What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I wish you would die. I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Damn! My God! Off the bat. Ah! Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which, that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. How's Drebber doing? How's that search going? Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already? Surely that goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. which, according to Professor Hairbrain, was a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. So I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but, we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. 10 years ago? Like, there were a bunch of cases that happened 10 years ago that were relevant, such as your brother. It appears he already had the black monocle at the time. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is about Lord Van Zeeks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. So, your dead brother, huh? So, Clint was the name of your older brother, I understand. Lord Van Zeeks. You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it is a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zeeks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? Is something funny? That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? Ah, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident? As it happens, Lord Van Zeeks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame de Stael's Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there, for public scorn. Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait! You mean... Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Chalmers is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. Who is the professor? Hi. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you all right? Who is this man, Miss Naruhodo? Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. No, it's not a cultist. That's my dead boyfriend. Lord Van Zeeks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Kazuma-sama! Kazuma... I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence, it can only be... It's you, isn't it, Kazuma-sama? And I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? too late. What's going on here? You don't know? Your apprentice is my dead boyfriend. What is your interest in my apprentice exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. He has amnesia? Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant, on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama. No, there's nothing else. Let's just examine other shit here. This wasn't here yesterday. Really? But if I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrained said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. Well, wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'd understood that from the forensic team had taken away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. But still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. Knocked everything, big taking gas. I want to look at this thing. There's like a chain here. I don't think this was here yesterday. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the birdcage was right in the middle of it all, just here. But look, Mr. Naruhodo, that metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open. It does, doesn't it? If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? Okay. You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. We're gonna need to speak to him about that. I'm going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we can do without that. Alright, thanks, buddy. We'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato. Bye! Alright. Sholmes isn't here. Okay. Let's go to prison. Ah. What's he doing? He's... Oh my! The whole wall to ceiling cell is covered in mathematical equations. And he's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. And who is this young lady? My name's Sato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Professor. Mr. Professor? Yeah, sure, whatever.
Wah! Oh, if only! If only I'd better refined young... None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all.
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning.
Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Hairbrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
You mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see, and I simply had to write it down. What was all I had to hand?
Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe?
No, actually. This is my autobiography.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Hairbrain. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, an odd birth and odd upbringing.
You can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case?
Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled, I was fiddled by the pair of them. By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Dribber.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we?
Alright. Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There was really no other way to keep you out of jail for murder! No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something.
Oh?
If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong! Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrick did. He believed in my hypothesis.
Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case.
No, Barrick wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it.
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. And I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrick, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly. It would have been a fate worse than death for me. Barrick insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish.
You think that's why he...
I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it.
What about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea?
Well. So, do you think he set out to trick me from the very start?
I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes.
When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, it probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, but none of us have any money! We wanted to research, but we can't afford it! Yeah, isn't that the fucking truth? Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Speaking of... Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to me at my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine, but at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once. I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Susato looking over at me, just like, this fucking moron didn't think to say this sooner? Are you fucking kidding me? Why didn't you mention this before? His workshop. There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, and I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Dude, to machine for your next birthday? I've never used any kind of perfumist in Naruto, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. I'm sure we never— Aha! Yes, I do! He gave me his business card once! It's right here! Look! Let me see that! Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Drebber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. But it's something that exists of his, so we can give it to the funny little dog. Thanks, buddy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to look at evidence now. Oh yeah, a stain of, that French oil. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Ah yes, possibly. Professor Harebrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Ah, there we go. Yeah, updated. Let's also check the birdcage. Yeah, think the, okay, so the fact that this broke here at the bottom is likely either somebody crawling out of the bird cage or something like that. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. Fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Causing damage to its base. Nothing on the back, it's just damage on the base. Yep. Goldstown is where he was at a certain point. But that means nothing to me. Hey, Gina! 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 Alright, thanks for meeting us, Gina. Get the fuck out of the way. About this, Gina. Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. You're a training detective, and you don't know how to read and write. Okay. I only know A to E, so if I ain't too much bleeding trouble. Ah, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? Outcome! It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high-quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say! Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh, right, you mean Toby! Yeah, let's go! His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop. Oh no, I wanted you to smell me. Okay, whatever. Sniff, 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 sniff. So you mean, if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right, that's exactly what we were hoping. Alright then, we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that. Wait, when did you... What's pickpocket? If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week! Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted! Poor Gregson. Right then, Odo, leave it to me! Sorry? We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute! Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck, it'll be the boss. Poor Gregson. Again. Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have you? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months. Yes, it's quite possible we might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Tuspel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Irish told me all about his latest unusual venture. Alright, finally. I feel like swimming to France could be a very real possibility knowing Gina. Well, it's also the fact that Naruhodo was like, yeah, he can swim to France? That's so cool. And also the fact that it's French imported oil. Alright. Let's go. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. Susada-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. Hey! It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Look at this character's design. I love her too. I must say I am quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb, huh? Poor Susada-san, she looks very perplexed. She doesn't know. I want to see the curtain. No, let me... Really? If it's back, I want to see it. Hey, Sholmes, what's good? We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I am longing to say hello again. But where is he? Sholmes out here Fortnite dancing. I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh! What do you... Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective in waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah. Susada-san! Susada-san! Yeah, that tracks. My most humble apologies. I thought I'd died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. Fair enough. Thank you for joining in as long as you did. Appreciate you coming by. I'm probably going to keep going until the end of this section. The end of this investigative section before the next trial start. As long as it's not of questionable street food quality. What did he say? A tasty free deduction at some point, as long as it isn't as... Okay. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Take care and good luck. Thank you, Vanilla. Later. Bye. Okay. I need to get closer. It wasn't picking up my eye blinks. I was trying to be like, bye. But it wasn't working. But now it's working, because I'm closer. Waxwork abduction, I presume. Actually, you know what? I could probably just move my whole camera setup closer to my face. Yeah, now I can be a little bit more, a little bit higher quality, I hope. Talk about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I meant to partake of pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. They put an entire sample of stomach rumbling. That stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yes, it's a most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? And the fact I must ask you to keep from Madame Tusspel's at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. Poor Iris. Jesus. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork? Yeah. What the fuck is up? Why'd you fucking lie, you piece of shit? My boyfriend's alive. In the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh? Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain, and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. The so-called kinesis machine, maybe. A swindler and an engineer, quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Yes, Drebber's appearance. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. Alright, you motherfucker. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain, aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery, and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder, and you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed, and wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Asogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I can believe that the crewman present at the time made a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Damn! Damn! Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber, the face of the engineer we seek. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, miss. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I have a suggestion, Miss Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yes, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special, one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you, that's the point. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit. Through those heavy curtains at last. It's gonna be Drebber, isn't it? The Professor is Drebber. $5 shillings we've had to pay. It doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is this what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Alright, peel that fucking curtain back, let's see his goddamn face. Yeah, show it to me. Show it to me. I want to see it. His fucking face is missing. Oh dear, I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Miss Usato! I say we turn on our heels and go straight home. Via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for! Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble? This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. And he has a large shovel in his hand, too? Look. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Are we gonna turn? I want to see his face, man. Oh, it's Drebber. Yeah, he's got a fucking monocle up there. I can see it. I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just... Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Yeah, it's Drebber. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. It's Enoch Drebber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Indeed. Indeed it is. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe? Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved, were my words, I believed. But I must locate the missing head. To deceit, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still waits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Ah! Do you know, though, something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on. Oh, shit. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the Professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you a little about the Professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, everyone being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the Professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. A closed court? So you mean that the Professor's identity? As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh? The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Whoa. Came back to life? He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man with the white overcoat. Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? Damn. So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yes, what was he up to? He's got a shovel and a camera in hand. The Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact that case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police in the newspapers. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, a convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. He has a large shovel in his hand, too. Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. Alright, let's take a look at everything else here. We've got the camera, first of all. That's an important thing to take. What's this here? Well, this appears to be a lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera. A camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints? I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film. We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. What's a photographic plate? It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look. You should see yourself, Sato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? I'm gonna look at the shovel, though. Okay. What a large shovel! He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? What on earth was the man doing with the shovel in a graveyard in the middle of the night? Mr. Sato? Yes? That's a spade, isn't it? Oh my god! Don't do this! I swear to God. I swear to God, if you do this, I will be so upset. No, it's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. We've been through this, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a shovel. No. Although, we haven't considered trowels. We've allowed ourselves to be distracted, I feel. Perhaps we should concentrate on what the man was doing with the implement. Is he going to bury the hatchet? You're right, though. What was the man doing in the graveyard in the first place? That's the real question. That's quite a large lamp the man's carrying. Or is it a lantern? It's not unlike a Japanese chochin paper lantern, is it? Lamp, lantern, chochin. The point is, it casts very little light. To be walking alone in a graveyard at night with only this, well, I certainly couldn't do it. I'm not sure I could visit a graveyard at all, even in broad daylight, to be honest. We got the face already, so let's go back. I can't look at the owl with the creepy eyes. Alright, let's investigate the professor's waxwork. The fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims, all noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Yes, please. Alright. Oh, we just zoom in? Okay. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost. Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Well, perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum. and that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason, it means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. What? What? Crystal tower glass? Crystal tower glass? It's very thick, isn't it? Oh my god. Okay. Here's what happened. They have this whole setup. The guy, Odie Asman, goes into the birdcage. He goes into the birdcage. The birdcage, the thing opens up and the birdcage falls through, right? And at that time, he gets stabbed by, what's his face, right? By Drebber. Drebber stole the professor's mannequin and put it in the birdcage that he put in the balloon and was flying. He shot the thing. He stabbed the professor, shot the balloon explodes. In fact, that means that the professor wasn't even dead at the time, because he would have had to shoot the balloon, explode it, and crash down. Unless that also means that Odie Asman faked his death if okay, alright. So, couple of possibilities. Alright. Option A. Drebber wanted to kill Odie Asman, who I think was the professor. 2. This piece of crystal glass proves that the mannequin is the thing that crashed into the crystal tower. And the reason that Drebber stole this mannequin to use as the body double is because it looks so similar. No, it doesn't look similar. Well, maybe it does. Okay, it could look similar, in which case, he took it because the face was the same, and he needed it to look the same. Or, he took it because it was there, and he put another face on it, one that would be more believable him. So, the birdcage drops through, Drebber stabs him, Drebber shoots the balloon, explodes it, the other one falls through, and the mannequin is the body that's there. And then, yeah, I can just show it here. So, mannequin's here, actual guy's here, he drops through, he gets stabbed, fake mannequin is up here, it falls through, it crashes, and the scene is cordoned off by Gregson, but it doesn't really count for much because someone then clearly, probably Drebber, went up and swapped the bodies. This is the real body, but this isn't who was in the birdcage at the time. Yeah, okay. And that would have also meant that it would have been easier to break the bottom of the cage to just take out the pieces piecewise, because it's just a mannequin. The arms, the legs, and the head are detachable. And now it's also time for me to examine this camera. Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You'll have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susanna-san, she looks devastated. I'm curious, though, because it seems like an awful lot of work. Oh, no! You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes! Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Mikotoba. Yeah, the blood! The blood, you idiots! Look, Mr. Naruto, what is it? On the bellows, just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, you're sure? You're sure? You're sure? I'm not sure. This camera does look nice, though. So, the plate was removed. This camera was the camera that was used, and it took a picture of somebody's final moments. Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example. Ah, well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower, the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? Early in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. I just wanted to make sure to check, you know. Only Mr. Chums has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as you all know. It can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yep. Alright, Crystal Tower glass. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? Is his head really the only investigatable thing here? Alright. Yep, okay, cool. Ah! What the bleed Naruto? What have you gone and done? Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, that's allowed in the museum. Madame Tuspels will have you take a position as a waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be a more pressing concern. I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun! Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the gun. So what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that dodgy cove's workshop! What? You found Drebber's workshop? Yup! Toby's nose took me straight there! Boss and the others are heading over there now in drag, so come on! Here's the address, I got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then, see you there! Oh, he's sad. Oh no. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. What? I know my place in the exhibit over there. Oh dear, someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes, you're coming! Your words hearten me, I must say, but if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense, and Iris's dinner plate would be empty. Forget that, I'll pay for everything! Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow! I shall hail a carriage at once! No offer to share the cost for Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go! Sorry, Madam Tispels. Yeah, a fake kinesis machine. Or maybe this one's real. Yeah, this one doesn't have the bottom. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. Ah, so you got here then. There's a fucking quiver full of arrows, you dumbass. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby who's the miracle worker. That's right, you're goddamn right. Woof! I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. It's one knitted brow. Looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, well, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place, and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to, say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak. Them again. Imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Right then, let's see what we can find in here. First, we can look up? Cool. Nothing except a big beam. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside, no working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Susato. Yeah. Alright, some fucking trophy. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive-looking back massager, that's for sure. Ryunosuke, you're fucking stupid. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Trevor than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. But is it his trophy? There's a little metal plaque here. Fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Alright, that's it. I was hoping it would have like a name, you know? There's a plane. That's cool. Alright. There's the door. I hope it's not the door out. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yup, that's more evidence to support your theory. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector. I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. No, Drebber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Is Drebber dead in there? Did Drebber just die in there? Oh, is something wrong, Mrs. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? Right, mind the grease! Whoever's in there, open up! It's a Scotland Yard! Oh my! Someone is in there! Ah! This rotten, bleeding lock! My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only it would count and I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. I'm gonna take my sword. Kazuma's sword. We're gonna stab him. What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away. Okay, wait a minute. There are footprints on the ceiling! What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blow me! What were we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To that Professor Hepburn's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it's fine. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly. You having fun with the bomb? There are footprints. It would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot-up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. I'm no Wonder Woman, Miss Naruhodo. That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. It's a really lovely model. It looks just like a real flying balloon. I think it's probably staying aloft on the same principle as a full-size balloon, using gas. A green flying balloon. It does have the hallmarks of that amazing deception at the Great Exhibition, doesn't it? Could it be that the whole thing was planned here in this very workshop? I can't look at the fact that there was clearly a hook there. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Sholmes' suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? It is weird. We're investigating the bomb last because I feel like that's gonna progress stuff, you know? It's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although, if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhanded trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. I'm sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. I hope there's a body in there. I think that would make sense. Yeah, Sholmes, bomb, what's up? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch to me, but... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say... a time bomb? Sorry, but... what is a time bomb, exactly? You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Odo? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it is a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it? I see, so that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes? Have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair, for I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learnt to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato. I feel a great deduction coming on, hell yeah! I'm really hungry, I want a snack. I can get a snack after the great deduction, because that'll probably be the end of the investigative section as well. Is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. This is what it's all about. Oh, she's back in her normal outfit in this photo. Is she back in the normal outfit for the whole thing? No, it just snapped. Okay. This room is in complete disarray. Let's autoplay this shit. and everything is upside down, almost as if every item in the room had, up until recently, had been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that... Bitch! Is gravity. You fucking moron. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. It had the safe number written on it. If the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normal. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity it played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. Sorry, something got cut. Then why does it have a clock on it? The most relevant question indeed, that is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There's clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of that door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state of this room. The direction in which gravity acts here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. You fucking... The underside of the chair had the safe number. I don't know how you missed it. Usually the I missed it thing of the Great Deductions is elsewhere, somewhere we can't actually see yet. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer's friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yeah, it is the footprints. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Dr. Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. By inverting gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling, and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently? Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape to the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. Yes. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. I too would like to reverse the flow of gravity, just for fun. Localized into a small area such as a room. Or onto certain objects such as my body. Sholmes, you dumbass. I love you, you're stupid. I love you, you're stupid. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me. I'd expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. Patrol deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrase. My original was clumsy. Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Miss Usato lent me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. It is an Ouroboros of stupidity. I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly, before any trouble gets too far away. If you're ready then, let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Yeah, now we're smart. Now we're doing it. Yes, they are upside down. That's important, yes. Every item in the room was on the ceiling? Are you suggesting that? No, it isn't. No, it didn't. No, it's not. No. Alright, here we go, finally. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Ooh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mr. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. His face is upright. Okay. Well, well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know, that slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? You're gonna write a haiku, buddy? It doesn't seem like the time. Something else about it made a rather deeper impression on me. The fact that it's upright.
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself! I completely turned my argument on its head! Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down, this unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all! My deepest sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on! So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite! And naturally, there's an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. You said it again. He's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely! I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I brought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book just in case. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people who are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they'd noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. Actually won the second prize, you know? But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to turn my room upside... Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe that proved my point now. Ha! Ha! He was just looking around like... Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written on the inside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Yeah, it was obvious. We didn't need to do a whole dance introduction about that, Sholmes. You're a moron. He did escape via the skylight, I think. Now let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? Christian's answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. Yeah. Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Ooh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. There's a shoe up there, look! Judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. How would anyone throw your shoes up at the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
The nearby shoe! Everybody knows it's shoes. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Daddy. There was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Master Gotz claimed he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, yeah. Oh, the rope. Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit that was clever. Just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. And could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. I think we already have one, of course, don't we? The crossbow!
Take that!
In all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber. If the man had only brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? Is it the head? Yep, it's the mannequin head. Ah! What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. God damn it! Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Ah, of course! A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor. Yes, but why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, sans 10, earlier today, was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellow. Ah, my phone just died. Alright. Turn off the iPhone tracking so that I can just go back to normal. Yeah. It'll just have to be, done by hand, my emotions. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. So, Mr. Narrator, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the safe. It's large. I don't think it's large enough. Well, he's also a magician. Look at all that mess in front of the safe. Yep, empty the contents of the safe.
Take that!
Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here, which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe, and pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process, from which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Interesting. Alright, open the safe, get him out, arrest him. Elementary! Unless he's dead in there, in which case... So, Mr. Naruto, I want to look at the court record, though. So what's the impenetrable lock? There's the impenetrable lock. There we go. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Miss Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an inch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right, sorry. Seriously, though? Ugh. Gonna tease us like this whole time. Alright. I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? For opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 1432582. I knew that. Alright, then here goes. Open sesame. Hi, Drebber. You found me. That was fucking hilarious. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume? Correct. You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrain with that bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Manitou spells as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah. Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then. No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. That was too close to comfort. I've got one foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave! The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, Drebber, what's poppin'? What happened here? What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke up in a fine fettle today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screws, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. You also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking? Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. A death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climb inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculated the time required to retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works. Something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough! What? What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team are here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance. Is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Shoals. Yeah, you all know each other from the incident 10 years ago. The DL6 incident. I mean, if it's protecting the machine next to the door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. Get out! And of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said, get out! Now, all of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place. And the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. But this lot disarmed. Inspector. Something giving you a chuckle, has it? Drebber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Huh? What you... That one? You mean... Not at the Great Exhibition! No! No! All those bobbies! No!
Jesus Christ! It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage of the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Well, no, we've got half the blueprints, at least. Jesus Christ. All right. We're getting to the point in the Ace Attorney games where it just goes completely off the rails. And that is gonna be it for today. Because we're starting Trial Part 3. And we're not gonna be starting Trial Part 3 because I need to eat and get some drink, some water, stuff like that. But Jesus Christ, you know? Just wow. Entirely. Yes, I just saved. It's fine. All right. Jesus Christ. So, how's everybody doing? Everybody enjoy that? Ace Attorney! Yay! Everything's great. Everyone's happy. Absolutely hog wild. So the doctor is carrying, Drebber is carrying around the head of the professor as protection from the professor or something? I don't know. Shit's fucked. I don't know. Because it contains the actual identity of the professor, which was cast on his quote-unquote dead body when he quote-unquote died from hanging from Madame Tuspel. So that's and because it was a closed trial, that's the only evidence of the professor's actual identity outside of the people that were in the trial at the time who knew who the professor was. So my thinking is, here's my thinking. We get Trial Part 3 for Case 3, and that will reveal the identity of the professor. Case 4 is going to be a flashback case with Baron von Zieks, and case 5 is going to be the professor's still alive, he's still out there, and we gotta bring him to justice, and that's going to be case 5. And it's going to be a tearful reunion with Kazuma, and he's going to remember everything, maybe, I don't know. And that's my prediction for the rest of the game. As for exactly what Drebber's plan is, I think we're not going to find out exactly until later, but yeah, it's going to be a whole thing. Maybe Strongheart is the professor. That would make sense, right? Someone at the top, using such a brutal method of killing people, specifically nobles and royalty, specifically to outline how bad crime is so that they take more action and give him more power and make him the Attorney General. Yeah. That seems possible. It's another sort of that Von Karma thing too, because he would have killed Van Zieks' brother and then trained Van Zieks to become a prosecutor, even though it was him. He did it. It's a working theory. But that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all so much for coming. Is there anybody still streaming? It's a bit late. Anybody I follow that's live? Nobody would feel comfortable rating, so we'll just call it there. Thank you so much for coming by. I might stream next week because I want to finish this game. I want to finish. So yeah, look out for an announcement throughout the rest of the week, and I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.